Oh, where am I? Here we go! We are live, I believe. I hope we're live. I hope you can all hear me. It's probably coming through kind of weird, so bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to unplug a mic. Yeah, so let me know if you can hear me, if the sound is good, everything like that. If you can hear everything that I'm saying, it should be coming through okay. I'm hoping that it is. Let me know in the comments. I've got the YouTube chat up here, so I can see. I'm going to change that to live chat actually. Live chat messages are all visible. Let's maybe move this over to this side. So yeah. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to do. What have I just done? Command Z. Let's just lock that at the moment. This over here. Can hear me fine. Fantastic. That is good to know. So audio is good. Yeah, so I thought I was organized. I need to remember the camera's here, not here. I've got the TV here. So I thought I was organised, and I am to a point. But then I realised there was a few things that I wanted to try and do and make it more complicated and everything like that. So, yes, thank you very much for joining me. Welcome, Nuke Utah, Enslaved Angel, Scotty McBurn. Welcome all the first of the streamers. Oh, shush you. I don't care if an ISO is recording. As long as it's recording the main camera, I don't care about any of the other ones. Got myself a wee clock there to see how long I've been going. Do you know that it wouldn't even do, like, I was trying to do a countdown timer 30 hours, but it wouldn't allow me on the software. So hopefully it will all run okay. I have the Sarush, how are you? I need to bring up another little chat. Bear with me 1 second. That's what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. You can hear me just fine. Audio is good. Hiya, Enslaved Angel. I've got my little thing so I can highlight people's things. Go and try and be here for the duration. Nuke, I really appreciate that. Don't feel that you have to be. You'll get fed up of my voice. I'm already fed up of it. I need to make sure that I've got plenty of water. Yeah. So I thought I would... Basically, the plan is... It's a little bit of a winging, but I thought what might be fun, a little scientific experiment if you were, is that at the start of the stream, so in a few minutes, I'd read A Christmas Carol, and I would attempt, or, well, it depends on what you want. I can read A Christmas Carol, or I can do that later, or I can build a Harry Potter puzzle, and we can time how long it takes, and then we can do it again later on as my brain deteriorates and see, like a little thought experiment. Or we can just crack on into songwriting. It's entirely up to yourselves, but I think that that might be fun to do, just to kind of see. It'll kill a little bit of time, it'll give me some focus, it'll let me calm down, get my adrenaline down, sort myself out, everything like that, because I'm a little bit hyper. Morning, Megan. Yeah, so also I need to take some paracetamol because I've got a headache, which is not a good start. But it's so I'm so thankful to everybody that is here. You've got the obviously charity stream in aid of mind at the bottom there. You've got the QR code. If you do want to donate, you can do that. You can also donate in there. I will put a pinned chat for that. So I'll figure that out in a minute. In fact, I can do it just now. So yeah, let me just... See, that's what's confusing, is that... right, okay, here we go. Oh, no. New window, there we go. Right, sorry, I'm getting used to having two screens. Yeah, I thought that would be fun. Yeah, so do it at the start and at the end rather than maybe. I thought 3 times to it, but I'll maybe do it at the start. I'm gonna get there's still a few things kind of getting set up and everything like that. But let me just quickly get the donation code. It's in the description, but I'll pin it in the comments as well because that will be useful for people as well. So I'm just gonna do that just now. I don't imagine that you can see what's going on, so that's fine. You can see me looking at screens and things like that. Isn't that interesting? So yeah, I'm getting used to having 2 screens because I'm so used to just having the laptop, but as I'm at my mum and dad's, I've stolen their TV, which is making things a whole lot easier because I can see all the chat and everything like that. But I'm just gonna get my fundraising URL. Where is it? Campaigns. There we go. And copy, donate URL. Okay, so hopefully we can paste this in. I know it says Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, but now let me see. Can I pin that? I should be able to. Yeah. So yeah, the donation link is at the top. I know it says Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, but that was obviously the original plan. And yeah, that was the original plan. Read the Harry Potter books, which would have been a whole lot easier than what is happening right now. And then the decision was made by Pottermore to turf me or to give me a copyright strike, and I didn't want to risk this stream getting taken down, so it became about songs and music and things like that, which I love, and the community around us is fantastic, and I think that it's all good. Good morning, Carl. I'm trying to get through all the chat. It's 4 a.m. for Nook at the moment, but he's been up for 3 hours. This is going to be fun. That's what Megan says. This is going to be fun watching me go crazy, ironically for mental health. Carl Roy, good morning, good sir. Good morning, good sir. That's a very polite one. So it should be a fun thing. We've got special guests coming on. We've got nice music and things like that. Sarush has a premiere at 10 o'clock my time, so I thought it'd be fun to jump over and watch the premiere of his and Alex's new collaboration video on YouTube. So that's what we're going to do around about 10 o'clock tonight, my time. I don't know what time that is. I think it's 2 p.m. Pacific or something like that. We've got Juicebox Desmond coming on. He's going to do some songs. Got my friend Darren coming on. We've got Valerie Bat. Trey's going to make an appearance. And we're going to have some games of Countdown. People are welcome to come on and have a chat. I'm going to sing some songs. We're going to write a song, which in a couple of seconds you're going to hear the chorus. And I thought that might be fun. And that's it, yeah. And just I'm gonna be doing some cooking. So I'm in my mum and dad's kitchen, and I'm gonna be doing some cooking. So I'm gonna be making for my dinner tonight and for everybody's enjoyment, chicken and chorizo risotto with mascarpone and tomatoes, and it is so good. So I appreciate everybody that has jumped on the chat. So I thought I would sing the chorus to the song that we are going to write together. We can obviously change the lyrics, but these are just kind of placeholders, and we can decide on what the subject's going to be. It's going to be about mental health, and it's going to be about mind, and everything like that. So bear with me while I swap cameras and we go to the performance area. Yes, I have a performance area. I'm in the performance area. I hope you can all see me. I hope you can all hear me. You probably won't actually. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, sorry if this is loud. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Let me just bring up Logic. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That should be better now. How about now, Nuke? It should be on. Is the mic on, Nuke? Still room. What is it? Probably because it's quite quiet. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that coming through better? Working now. Perfect. Is the mic and the guitar, can you hear them both? I'm going to sing a song about being, I know if it's gonna be fun. Yep, there we go, that's it. Okay, so this will be the chorus, and we'll see how it goes. On the streaming aid of mine, the song for mental health. If you wanna help each other, you gotta help yourself. On the streaming aid of mine, a song for mental health. Before you help someone, you gotta help yourself. On the streaming aid of mine. So that's the basic chorus. I'm looking over there like I can see, but yeah. So that's going to be the chorus. And I already messed up the lyrics. Was that? Oh, let's bring me back. Let's bring me back. Bring me back. Did that all come through okay? I hope so. I hope it did. So that's going to be the kind of chorus of the song. 13 flaws, let the games begin. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciate it. We've got our little target thing here. Little dude. We're halfway there. So I had a target of £200. So hopefully we'll smash that. But £200 I'll be happy. Fine tune needs to. Oh, there's going to be cowbell. You'll like this, Sarush. So I've been wanting to use these things in songs for ages, so purposely wrote the song in the key of C, although I'll need to retune the guitar because I tuned it down a half step for singing, and then I realised, I was like, oh, I've written a song in the key of C, great, I can use my kalimba and everything. Platform 4. So I have my kalimba, and I also, again, which is in the key of C, I have. So we've got some tom drums for some pretty noises. Or when I need to make announcements, like, could Sarush please come to customer services, please? That's Sarush. Can Sarush come to customer services? Thank you. So yeah, when I need to make announcements and basically be a silly child. Steel drums, nice, yes. So that'll be fun. Right. I've got coffee made, so I'm gonna grab a coffee. What I thought I'd do just before we sort of kick off and everything like that is I'm going to share a video. So bear with me while I figure this out. So now we've got this, and I want to bring up Safari. I want a new window. I'm going to this and I had this lined up and then it. Wait a minute. Gonna go back to me and I'll sort this out. Because what tends to happen is. Oh, no, I want that.
Other way you might say that the national emotion.
I just want to make sure that the sound is coming through. I can certainly hear myself. So if I now do host and screen share. There we go. Mr. Stephen Fry is going to tell us a little bit about Mind and the charity. So here we go.
There are a number of misconceptions surrounding mental health. There's an enormous stigma. Britain is a country, perhaps more than any other, where you might say that the national emotion is embarrassment. And nowhere is that clearer than when it comes to issues of mental health. We're addressing a real crisis. 1 in 4 people in any given year suffer from a mental health condition. The greatest cause of death amongst men under the age of 35 is suicide.
My first overdose was in 2003, December. I felt I had no future. I couldn't hold down work. I genuinely believed that the people around me, for all the hurt I was causing them, would be better off if I wasn't there.
Bipolar changed my personality by making me the person that I didn't ever want to be. I was very, very low. My self-confidence, self-esteem and self-worth went. I just felt very sort of isolated, and I felt like I couldn't talk to friends and family because I couldn't really express what was going on. I knew there was something wrong, but I couldn't put it into words how I felt.
When I was in hospital, physical restraint would happen quite regularly to me. I spent most of the 90s, which was my 20s, in and out of hospital with 5 really serious admissions. It was just an unimaginably fearful experience. I felt quite scared, isolated, not many people to turn to.
Someone, he just reassured me that what I was living through was perfectly normal. I began to develop relationships and friendships with people who I could actually speak openly with about my mental illness. People who, as I put it, they got it.
My first experience of Mind was through a recovery centre in Hackney called IRE Mind. Just went there and it was fantastic staff, discussion groups, art, empathy, compassion is at the forefront of their organisation.
They really do help people, and they care as well, and it's very, very obvious that they're there because they want to help people, not just because it's their job.
There's something really extraordinary about the Mind Network and the work we do with people with lived experience of mental health problems. Sometimes people come to us because they need our help and support, but as they receive that help and support, They're often then become part of our movement for change.
I got in touch with the media team and they asked me if I would like to be involved in a couple of the projects.
Over the last couple of years we've been campaigning on the issue of restraint, which is when somebody's being held down against their will. Gary was very involved in the campaign from the start, and he really helped to bring the campaign to life by sharing his very traumatic experiences so that people could understand what it feels like to be restrained.
Just sharing that lived experience, which is so important. A lot of the experiences, once you talk about them, I'm sure it does take away a lot of the fear and normalises it a bit.
Because Solent Mind have helped me, I want to give back and help others because of the fantastic work they did with me. They started coming up with different ideas that I could do, and one of them was to start going into colleges. My name's Avi and I'm from the mental health charity Solent Mind, and we raised awareness and understanding of mental health in a project that I run called Heads Up, which is for young people, and just to get an understanding of what mental health is and how important it is to talk about mental health.
I thought, you know what, I'm going to raise some money for Mind, because I'd never forgotten the impact that Mind had had on my life. I'm now currently approaching the end of 12 months of fundraising for Mind.
It was the most amazing experience of my life, running the Virgin Money London Marathon for Mind. The crowds were absolutely fantastic. Mind constantly say that no one should live with a mental illness alone, and that's my mission, to help them to achieve that and help others in the same way that they helped me those years.
So yeah, so that's what we're campaigning for. It's just people's mental health and making people hopefully better, because it's a struggle for a lot of us, and I count myself very fortunate that I'm in a position that I can deal with it in my own time, and I've got a great support network online and in person, everything like that. So always I think I've put some numbers. If I haven't, I'll try and get numbers up in the description and things like that, like call numbers and things like that. But you can Google mental health charities across the world, and they'll help you. Is that somebody donate something and I didn't see the little thing? Did a little donation thing come up? Because my little dude's gone up a touch. If somebody donated, thank you very much. If I missed your donation, I'm very sorry. I was making coffee, Gong Kang coffee, and yes, it does taste like Trace Regret. No, it's very nice. There's a nice sound for you. So I think I quite fancy giving A Christmas Carol a go, just purely because the whole idea of this was going to be reading, and I kind of want to do that. It's a nice Christmas tale. It'll relax me. It'll get me a little bit more focused because I'm a bit all over the place at the moment. And just give you guys time if you want to go and grab yourselves coffee, things like that. Then go for that. I will try and make some other blends, Suresh, and do ones like riff salad and things. But one of the descriptions of the coffee is that we like our coffee like we like our riffs, random and unrelated or something like that. It was that was on it. So Nook, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much, Nook. Thank you very much for the donation. I should really did the little thank you guy come up? That's what I'm curious about. It should do, because I've got the overlays. So yeah, but I would say go and grab yourselves a coffee, grab yourselves something to drink, leave the stream running, hit the thumbs up, all that usual stuff, if you can. And yeah, just you heard a clappy sound, but you didn't see the thing. Right, I'll keep an eye on that. Where's the one, for fuck's sake? Hey, you got on the thumbnail. That's a good thing. Slap that like button. Which 14 of you have done. So I mean, I cannot complain at that. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that. So yeah, let's crack on with the Christmas Carol. I really feel that I should have some. In fact, can I? Right. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna put on a wee Sarish track in the background. So let's go into my subscriptions. And that's annoying when they just don't like they give. Let's do it as a list. Why can I not? See, this is where YouTube on Suresh, what's the name of your project thing again? I don't know. Which one do you suggest? And what's the name of the channel that you in? The Polscapes project. That was it. Right. Paul. Polscapes. Oh, who just donated? Who is that? Oh, I need to change that. That's annoying. It only goes on for 3 seconds, and I bloody missed it again. Ah. Right, this is coming over here. There we go. So... what do we reckon? Have you got any ones that's slightly Christmassy? That's the one that's coming up today. Do you know what? Let's just play them all. Because I'm going to be reading for the next wee while. So, hit play all. Oh, fucking it. Goes to play all and it plays the blooming first one, which isn't up yet. Let's put it on shuffle. Okay, can you hear me? How's that volume levels wise? A 30-hour charity stream banner, that can be done. 13 flaws. Let's do that right now. So let's add a text overlay and we'll say 30-hour charity. You get to hear the mental health charity. We want that in a scrolling ticker. We'll do a little smiley face at the end. And hit add. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move this to up here. I'm going to put that in all the things. There you go, 13 flaws. That'll come across. One of the reasons that I try and avoid having fixed text on, if people are watching this on a television, then it can, I think it can leave imprints on the screens, so I try and keep things moving if I can. I'm just trying to get a level. Is that okay? Half as fast? Yes, I can do that. Oh, wait a minute, I do it up here. I can make it go a little slower. Come on, where are you? How is that, Suresh? Is that better? Oh, Rob, Nat and Grace, thank you so much. I did see the thing now. Yay! Somebody donated earlier and I heard the applause, but I didn't see the thing, so I didn't see who it was. So whoever it was, thank you so much. And I really appreciate it. Gonna hit a target maybe before like even gets to the first hour. That would be cool. Yeah, cool. It feels okay. It feels like the volume and everything is good. Right, just before we go, I should really do a Instagram thing. If people would like to share this on their, if you've got social medias and stuff like that, share to people and let them know. I will do that in a second. In fact, I should be able to do it just now. Let's just. Oh no, I don't. No, let's. Get very confusing. Share. Just gonna quickly share this to Facebook, and then we'll live now. Come hang. Save that and post to Facebook. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to do just now. So let's get cracking with some. Carl, thank you so much, Carl. I really, really appreciate that you did that. I'm sorry I missed a little thing. In order, I don't know if I can adjust the overlay. Well, I can adjust the overlay, but I need to. It'll take a wee bit of time, so I'll do that in a bit. Yes, so submissions are through the Discord, I think, as well. I don't know if I can do another pin comment, but yeah, in the description there's a Discord link. So send in your songs in the Discord. What I'll probably do is I'll save them up and then we'll do them like maybe when I'm cooking or when I've got a guest on, and then have a couple and we can maybe chat about it. If you're wanting feedback, obviously, if you just want us to listen to it, that's fine. One thing I would say, anybody who is submitting, please do not send anything that is distributed through CD Baby, because they are really strict and they will take down the stream, and I don't want to lose this stream. So don't send in anything that's like major labels or like don't send anything that you know is associated label. Please feel free to send in friends songs and things like that, and videos and everything like that. Ricardo Luna is very kindly sent some art in, so if I have time, I will cobble together a quick video of all his paintings. He's also sent me some poems which I'm going to read out. So I'll be doing that. But yeah, nothing that's been distributed commercially, ideally. 13 Flaws, I appreciate that, because I really don't want to get anything. I don't want to get this taken down, just purely for the reason that there's a lot of there's guests on. I mean, I am recording the whole thing. It will be interesting to see what a 30-hour live stream video file is, but Yeah, ideally nothing that's been distributed commercially would probably be a safe bet. And yeah, so DistroKid, yeah, I think that can be iffy if it's depending on what the person's selected. So if it's like a YouTube thing, then because I get copyright claimed all the time, that's fine. I don't mind copyright claims, but I don't want copyright strikes, and I certainly don't want to lose the stream for that. Anyway, right, let's read A Christmas Carol. I've never actually read A Christmas Carol. I had a look through it, and it's not too long. That was one of the reasons for taking it, but also because it's not copyrighted. So they can't do me because it's a classic. And everything like that. Suresh, I'm not listening to your music. I think I thought I had popped you as a mod, Nuke. I did set that up on my YouTube, but yeah, I'll get that done. It's a Christmas miracle, right? Let's set Nuke up as a mod. Just now, I'm blooming sure I did it, but oh wait a minute, there we go. Right. Let's go to YouTube Studio and settings, community. Yeah, I've got you as a thing, but oh wait a minute, it's a green N on this. Let's try a different Nuke Utah. So Nuke Utah. Okay, I do. See, you've got a blue N. Yeah, because I put down. I'm gonna add it. Paste channel. Right. Okay. Done that. Let's see if we can find Megan. See, it never. It's quite difficult to find. Oh, that'll be why it is. So you can't just add a name. You've got to. Oh. If I can, can I do? Oh, if I could do it that way, that'd be so much easier. Add moderator. Oh, Nuke. Oh, that's just right. Suresh, you're gonna be. Everybody's gonna be a mod. Where's Megan? Where's she hiding? There you are. I see you. "13 Flaws, you're going to be one too. I'm giving power to everybody. If everybody has power, then no one has power." Right, okay, so mods that have now been knighted and all that. He's gone crazy with the mod power. That's so much easier than what I was trying to do. Wrench Gang, nah. You are the mindful mods. You're my jack-offs. Right, I've fucking lost myself. Ah, shit. This is not looking good for 40 minutes in and I've gone mad. Yeah, so any things, any posts, pinned comments. I think you guys can do that now. So feel free to find links and post them and pin them in the comments and send people there. And yeah. So I need to read a book. I need to focus myself. The Jackals. Yeah, the Jackals would have been better. 13 Flaws. You could just be Andrew's wee ball bags, but you can't be Andrew's wee ball bag because that's my wife's pet name for my wife. My pet name for my wife. She's my wee ball bag, and I'm her big ball sack. Love you, Emma. Love you, Shirley. It's my mum-in-law. Right, I'm going to read a book. Fuck. Love you guys. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead. To begin with, there is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know that of my own knowledge, what there is in particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade, but the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hand shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will therefore permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee. I don't know if that's the right way of saying it, but it's his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the end, cut up by that sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's courtyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door, Scrooge and Marley. The farm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people knew the business to be called Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was as tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out on generous fire, secret and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shrivelled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head and on his eyebrows and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days and didn't thaw at 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could be warm. No wintry weather chill him. No wind that was blue was bitter than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Oh dear. Yes, thank you so much. We're at 150 of 200. I really appreciate that. Brain went. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they had said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, Dark Master." What did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. What was with knowing was blah 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 blah. I've lost my place now. No idea. But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and the candles were flaring in the windows of the neighbouring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that, although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept a coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at a candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle, God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was, he's very high-pitched, sorry. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle, God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with the rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all aglow. His face was ruddy and handsome. His eyes sparkled and his breath smoked again. "Christmas! A humbug! Uncle!" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I am sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you got to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough. Come then, returned the nephew gaily. What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough. Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, Bah! again, and followed it up with, Humbug! Don't be cross, uncle, said the nephew. What else can I be, returned the uncle, when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer, a time for balancing your books and having every item in them a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will, said Scrooge indignantly, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should. Uncle, pleaded the nephew. Nephew, returned the uncle sternly, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine. Keep it, repeated Scrooge's nephew. But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone, then, said Scrooge. Much good may it do you, much good it has ever done you. There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, returned the nephew. Christmas among the rest, but I am sure I has always thought of Christmas time, when it has come around, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open up their shut-up hearts freely and to think of people below them as if they were really fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound upon other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good, and I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded, becoming immediately sensible in the impropriety. He poked the fire and extinguished the last frail spark forever. Let me hear another sound from you, said Scrooge, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir, he added, turning to his nephew. I wonder you don't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first. But why? Cried Scrooge's nephew. Why? Why did you get married? Said Scrooge. Because I fell in love. Because you fell in love, growled Scrooge, as if that were the only thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. Good afternoon. Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it a reason for not coming now? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing from you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon, said Scrooge. I am sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humour to the last. So, Merry Christmas, uncle. Good afternoon, said Scrooge. And a Happy New Year. Good afternoon, said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word. Notwithstanding, he stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. There's another fellow, muttered Scrooge, who overheard him, my clerk, with 15 shillings a week and a wife and a family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and they bowed to him. There's a little picture of them. Portly gentlemen, and they bowed. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold. Scrooge and Marley's, I believe, said one of the gentlemen, referring to the list. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley? Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years, Scrooge replied. He died 7 years ago this very night. We have no doubt in his liberally is well presented by his surviving partner. I can't say that word, I'm not going to bother, said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been 2 kindred spirits. At the ominous word, liberality, there's a clip for you. Scrooge frowned and shook his head and handed the credentials back. At this festive time of the year, Mr. Scrooge, said the gentleman, taking up a pen, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and the destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir. Are there no prisons? Asked Scrooge. Plenty of prisons, said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. And the union workhouses? Demanded Scrooge. Are they still in operation? They are still, returned the gentleman. I wish I could say they were not. The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigour then, said Scrooge. Both very busy, sir. Oh, I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their usual useful course, said Scrooge. I am glad to hear it. Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, returned the gentleman, a few of us are in the endeavouring to raise funds to buy poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for? Nothing, Scrooge replied. You wish to be anonymous. I wish to be left alone, said Scrooge. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, this is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishment I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there. Many can't go there. Many would rather die. If they would rather die, said Scrooge, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that. But you might know it, observed the gentleman. It's not my business, Scrooge returned. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentleman withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labels with an improved opinion of himself and in more facetious temper than usual, with in a more facetious temper than the usual, with a humbug. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds with tremulous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in a frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corners of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas pipes and had lighted a great fire in the brazier, around which a party of ragged men and boys were gathering, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze and rapture. The water plug being left in solitude, its overflowing suddenly congealed and turned into misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops, with the holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold, if the good St. Dunstan had nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to a lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones as gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol, but at the first sound of "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog, and even more congenial frost. And the length of the hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tactily admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out to put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose," said... "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose," said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-willed when I pay a day's wages for new work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his grey coat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have it the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no grey coat, went down a slide on Cornhill at the end of the Lane of Boys 20 times in honour of being at Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play blind man's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy... Scrooge is going to take a quick break. Where's me thingy? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. We're still live, good. I'm just going to get some water. No, I have definitely noticed between Harry Potter and a classic book. Classic books are wordy, man. Proper wordy. They're like, oh dear. Where was I? Right, here we go. Scrooge took to his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner, There were gloomy suites of rooms and a lowering pile of building up a They were a gluey suite of rooms in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing hide and seek with the other houses, and have forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Oh yeah, we're an hour in. Woo! Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It also was a fact that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation alderman in livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw the knocker without it undergoing any immediate process of change. Not the knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face, it was not an impenetrable shadow as other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on his ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by breath of hot air. Though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid colour, made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in the spite of its face, and beyond its control, rather than a part of his own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation to which it had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtails sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Pooh! Pooh!" and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened to the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs slowly, too, trimming his candles as he went. Where's that waffle guy? No, I don't want to do that. I want to say, someone want to make me something. Yeah, I've never really read any classic books. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go and get some more coffee as well. You know. Do you know all this talk of the cold weather is making me cold? I will keep my t-shirt on. I also want to say thank you to all the new subscribers to the channel. I have 192 now, only 8 more and I get 200. Woohoo! So thank you, all that. Lovely chai tea brewing. Ooh, very nice. So we're talking about tea and things like that. See, is everybody feeling a little bit cold from the story of all that cold weather? Because I'm feeling a little bit cold. And also I heard a noise and I was like, what's that? So this is to all you. When we get a bit later on in the stream and I'm a little bit delirious, don't go telling me there's people behind me and stuff like that. Freaking me out. Well, we had snow this morning. It was a beautiful, beautiful white white day, snowy day outside. So it's nice. Yeah, I've got stuff to drink and eat. I've got some chocolate. I've got some cookies. I've got stuff to make for lunch, rolls and stuff like that. So yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm just. Stretch. Whoa. You hear that clicking? That's my shoulders. Oh. Okay, where did we get to? He did pause. Okay, sound trimming the cat. He was trimming his candles. Trimming your candles, dirty bugger. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach. Sorry. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or thought a bad young Act of Parliament. But I mean to say, weird scenes, but I mean to say, you might have got a hearse up that staircase and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There were plenty of width for that and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked cheap. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and a little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had had a coal in his head. Scrooge had a coal in his head upon the hob. Nobody under the bed. Nobody in the closet. Nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual. Old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed the door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his customs, thus secured against surprise. He took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers, and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to make his gruel. Yep. Clickbait. It was a very low fire indeed. Nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it and brood over it before he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all around with the quaint Dutch tiles designed to illustrate the scriptures. There were Cain's and Abel's, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers descending through the air on clouds like feathered beds, Abraham's, Belshazzar's, apostles putting off to sea in butterboats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts, and yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been blank at first, with the power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug," said Scrooge as he walked across the room. After several turns, he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell, that hung in the room and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that, as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise deep below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge had then remembered to have heard the ghosts that haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His colour changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him! Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped around his middle. It was long and wound around him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him, looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons of his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. Nor did he believe it now, though he looked the phantom through and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound around his head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous and fought against his senses. "How? Now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much," Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular for a shade." He was going to say to a shade, but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost, so transparent, might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that in the event of it being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me," observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your own senses?" "I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than that grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel his heart by any means waggish them. The truth is that he tried to be smart, as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow of his bones. To sit staring at those fixed, glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of his own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapour from an oven. "You see this toothpick?" said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge for the reason just assigned and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You are not looking at it," said Scrooge. "But I see it," said the ghost, notwithstanding. "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you, humbug!" At this, the spirit raised a frightful cry and shook its chains with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage around his head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, and its lower jaw dropped upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do the spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, that the spirit with him in should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and, if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world, oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but what might have shared upon the earth, and turn to happiness. Again the spectre raised a cry and shook his chains and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it, link by link, yard by yard, I girded it upon my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. It is pattern strange to you. Is it pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "that the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself, if it was full as heavy and long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago, you have laboured on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced about him on the floor in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said, imploring. "Oh, Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting-house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of a money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me. It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hand on his breeches pockets, pondering on what the ghost had said. He did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow?" the ghost repeated. 7 years dead, mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time." "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast," said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set upon another cry, and clanked his chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for nuisance. "O captive bound in double iron," cried the fountain, "not to know that ages of incessant labour by immortal creatures for this earth must pass into the eternity before the good of which is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in this little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunities missed. Yes, such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing his hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if this were the cause of all its unveiling grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground itself. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through the crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light could have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me," cried the ghost. "Hear me," cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge, "but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How is it that I appear before you in a shape that you can see? I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many, many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the precipitation from his brow. Well, "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here tonight to warn you that you yet have a chance of hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. Thank ye." "You will be haunted," resumed the ghost, "by 3 spirits. Scrooge's countenance fell upon almost as low as the ghost had done. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over with, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second one on the next night at the same hour. The third on the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table and bound it around its head as before. Scrooge knew by this that the smart sound of its teeth that the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again and found his supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude with his chain wound over and about his arms. The apparition walked backwards from him, and every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that, when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up his hand, warning him to come no nearer, and Scrooge stopped. Not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand, he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity, and looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might have been guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one ghost, in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to his ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power for ever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell, but they had their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double locked, as he had locked it, with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried Can you hear me again? I'm back. Can you hear the clapping? Yeah. For some reason, Logic decided to shit the bed. I'm back. There it is. When did you lose audio? Like, did I at least finish the chapter? Or let me know where the audio went. Oh, we hit the target! Woo! Yay! Thank you! Hit the target already. Ah, thank you so much. You lost the sound 93 minutes ago, right in the last few passages. Can you remember? Okay, I'll go back, Nick. I'll go back 13 flaws. Just a few seconds before the end. Okay, I'll read the last wee bits. So, did you get to the bit when he was talking about the? Did you get to? Oh, hey, Drop Audio, how you doing? Did you get to the bit when he said the air was filled with phantoms wandering hither and thither? Can you remember that? I'll go from there because that's just like the last couple of paragraphs, and yeah, we'll go with that. So, the air was filled with phantoms wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might have been guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to his ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was clearly that they had sought to interfere for good in human matters and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered, and it was double locked as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotions he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. You remember coming hither. So it's just the last wee bit. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. Right, gonna have a bit of a wee drink, a wee chat. Hello, everybody who's maybe jumped in. Thank you. I really need to. Right, let me just. I'm going to do a quick change with the overlay, because I want the applause and everything like that. Bar humbug. Right, let's get this thing sorted, because I want to. Oh, I can't. Thanks so much. So thank you to my aunt and uncle Susan and Peter. I've got. Let's have a wee look and see who's donated. So thank you, Susan and Peter. Thank you, Rob, Nat and Grace. Thank you, Neo Ace. Thank you, Utah. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you, Anonymous, but I know who that is. And thank you, Eric Simey, for all your donations. We've reached the target much quicker than I expected. Only nearly like 90 minutes into it, an hour and a half into it. So hopefully we can smash this. Let's say, can we add a milestone? No. So I'm going to go to overlays because I want to change, not that one. Yeah, this one. I want to change the alert box to last a bit longer. Right, I've changed it to 30 seconds, so I should hopefully see it and be able to thank if anybody You need keyboard at your feet so you can play ambience with the story. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, was the Sarisha's stuff coming through during that? I completely forgot that I'd done that because I've not got my headphones on, so I didn't hear. I got the progress bar, which we've done. I'm gonna find a fun. No, I'll just do that. Right, fine. Oh, like nobody. There's no pressure for anybody to donate at all. It's more like, I mean, the fact that you guys are here and you're helping me out and giving me the support, and the fact that we've hit the target, like, so nobody ever feel that the like donations are completely optional. So I want to save the changes, and I want to. So I'm just going to quickly swap this. And let's see if we can get this on. So I want to add an overlay. And we're going to call this stream 30-second. Change that to why is it not showing? Oh, goodness sake, something's gone off there. Something didn't happen there. Let's see. This is fun. Oh, that's my mum and dad donated. Thank you, mum and dad. If you're watching this, I know you're probably not in the chat because you're probably going, what's this all about? There we go. Why is it so small? Oh. Why is it so small? Okay, so we are going to move this up to the top. Nope. 19. Okay, and now we need to take that one off, and we're going to make this one. So now, if somebody does donate, it should appear and last a little bit longer. Thank you, Mum and Dad, for your donation. You've been added to the list. So, even with the yeah, I think it must have played through all your songs. We'll put them back on. So. I want to make sure that's. Can we hear that? Oh, there's something coming through. Okay, that's coming through. Is speaks to background volume okay? Are we hearing the wonderful work of and the song? I don't know what it is about this. It's like, I don't know if it's just because I read Harry Potter so much, but this feels like it's like really heavy duty, intense reading and that. So what is this? It's a music score for Ernst. It's an ungoogly. I bet you didn't think I would be a good Googleist. Yeah, they certainly do tend to be a bit more wordy. Which is like, I'd probably like them because I like to use 10 words instead of 12. Yep, it's Dickens. It's a Dickens Christmas Carol. So I wanted to read something that wasn't going to get me into trouble. Yeah. And it's actually like, I mean, it's Christmas time. It feels the right time to read a Christmas Carol. I really should have done the voices like the Muppets Christmas Carol and done. My name's Michael Caine. That's not Michael. My name is Michael Caine. I am Ebenezer Scrooge. Hello, Ebenezer Scrooge. Okay. Mum, Dad, if you're watching this, where are your paracetamol and ibuprofen? If you can say in the chat, I don't think you need to create a YouTube account to chat, but you could send me a message on Messenger or a text message even. Yeah, even if you sent a text message, to let me know where if you're watching this, where the paracetamol is, because I couldn't find it and I've got a headache. I have seen the Muppet Christmas Carol. They've re-released it with extra stuff. So yeah, carrier pigeon. Why have all the monkeys got headaches? Because the paracetamol. No, that's not it. Why is there no medication in the jungle? Because of paracetamol, something like that. That was one of the jokes. 3-page long description of grass. That's brilliant. So we'll see if my mum and dad are watching, because I should hopefully get a text message from them saying she get a text message from them saying the paracetamol is in the top drawer of the thing. I couldn't find it. I was looking for it earlier. Anyway, right. Let's crack on, and we'll read Stave 2. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Stave 2. The first of three spirits. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that, looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. He was endeavouring to pierce the darkness with his ferret eyes, and when the chimes of a neighbouring church struck the 4 quarters, so he listened for the hour. To his great astonishment, the heavy bell went on from 6 to 7, and from 7 to 8, and regularly up to 12, then stopped. 12? It was past 2 when he went to bed. The clock was wrong. An icicle must have got into the works. He touched the spring of his repeater to correct this most preposterous clock. Its rapid little pulse beat 12 and stopped. "Why, it isn't possible," said Scrooge, "that I can have slept through a whole day and far into another night. It isn't possible that anything has happened to the sun, and that this is 12 at noon." The idea being an alarming one, he scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. He was obliged to rub the frost off with the sleeve of his dressing gown before he could see anything. And all he could see very little, and could see very little then. All he could make out was that it was still very foggy and extremely cold, and that there was no noise of people running to and fro, and making a great stir, as there was unquestionably would have been if night had beaten off a bright day, and taken possession of the world. This was a great relief, because 3 days after sight of his first exchange to pay Ebenezer Scrooge or his order, and so forth, would have been a mere United States security if there were no days to count by. Don't know what that meant. Scrooge went to bed again, and thought, and thought, and thought it over and over, and could make nothing of it. The more he thought, the more perplexed he was, and the more endeavoured not to think, the more he thought. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly. Every time he resolved within himself, after mature inquiry, that it was all a dream, his mind flew back again, like a strong spring released, to its first position, and presented the same problem to be worked all through. Was it a dream or not? Scrooge lay in this state until the chime had gone 3 quarters more, when he remembered on a sudden that the ghost had warned him of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. He resolved to lie awake until the hour was past, and considering that he could no more go to sleep than go to heaven, this was perhaps the wisest resolution of his power. The quarter was so long that he was more than once convinced that he must have sunk into a doze unconsciously and missed the clock. At length it broke upon his listening ear. Ding dong! 1/4 said Scrooge, counting. Ding dong! 1/2, said Scrooge. Ding dong! 1/4 to it, said Scrooge. Ding dong! The hour itself, said Scrooge triumphantly, and nothing else. He spoke before the hour bell had sounded, which it did now with a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, I tell you, by a hand, not the curtains at his feet, not the curtains at his back, but the ones to which his face was addressed. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, staring up into a half-recumbent attitude, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am to you, I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. Drop audio. Jumping in there with the... Oh. There we go. Ding dong. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from view and been diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white, as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and muscular, and the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were, like those upper members, bare. It wore a tunic of purest white, and round its waist was bound a lustrous belt, the sheen of which was beautiful. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of a wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprang a bright, clear jet of light, by which all was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using in its duller moments a great extinguisher for a cap, which now it held under its arm. Even this, though, when Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality. For as its belt sparkled and glittered, now with one part and another was now in one part and now another, and what was light one instant at another time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinctness, being now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs, now without a head, now with a head or without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible in the dense gloom wherein it melted away. And in the very wonder of this, it would itself be distinct and clear as ever. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" asked Scrooge. "I am." The voice was soft and gentle, singularly low, as if, instead of being so close behind him, it were in the distance. "Who and what are you?" Scrooge demanded. "I am the ghost of Christmas past." "Long past?" inquired Scrooge, observant of his dwarfish stature. "No, your past." Perhaps Scrooge could not have told anybody why, if anyone could have asked him, but he had a special desire to see the spirit in his cap, and begged him to be covered. "What?" exclaimed the ghost. "Would you soon put out with worldly hands the light I give? It is not enough that you are one of those whose passions made this cap, and force me through the whole trains of years to wear it low upon my brow." Scrooge reverently disclaimed all intention to offend or any knowledge of having wilfully bonneted the spirit at any period. I don't think they've got hostess desserts over here, Drop Audio. Sounds like the ass is kicking in for Scrooge. It's just Jaffa Cakes. Jaffa Cakes are awesome. They're really nice. There's always an argument whether it's a cake or a biscuit, but it's a cake in my opinion. So it's like a sponge and then dark chocolate, and then there's like a little orange jelly kind of in it. If I had some, I'd be able to show you. But they're really, really tasty, and they're very Moorish. So yeah, check them out. Oh, cracky crack. So yeah, Jaffa Cakes are awesome. He had then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. "Your welfare," said the ghost. Scrooge expressed himself much obliged, but could not help thinking that a night of unbroken rest would have been more conducive to that end. The spirit must have heard him thinking, for it said immediately, "Your reclamation, then. Take heed." It put out its strong hand as it spoke and clasped him gently by the arm. "Rise and walk with me." It would have been 2 hours, 2 hours 28 to go. Fuck. It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm and the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him that time, the grass, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped his robe in supplication. "I am immortal," Scrooge remonstrated, "and liable to fall." "Bear my touch of my hand there," said the spirit, laying it upon his hand, "and you shall be upheld in more than this." As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day and snow upon the ground. "Good heaven," said Scrooge, clasping his hands together as he looked around him. "I was bred in this place. I was a boy here." The spirit gazed upon him mildly. Its gentle touch, though it had been light and instantaneous, appeared still present to the old man's sense of feeling. He was conscious of 1,000 odours floating in the air, each one connected with 1,000 thoughts and hopes and joys and cares long, long forgotten. "Your lip is trembling," said the ghost. "And what is that upon your cheek?" Scrooge muttered with an unusual catching in his voice. It was a pimple, and begged the ghost to lead him where he would. "You could recollect the way?" inquired the spirit. "Remember it?" cried Scrooge with fervour. "I could walk it blindfold." "Strange to have forgotten it for so many years," observed the ghost. "Let us go on." They walked along the road, Scrooge recognising every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance. With its bridge and church and winding river, some shaggy ponies were now seen trotting towards them with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in the country gigs and carts driven by farmers. All these boys were in great spirits and shouted to each other, until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. "These are but shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost. "They have no consciousness for us. The jocund travellers come on." The jocund. Oh, of course, Suresh, head off to bed, get some sleep. Lightweight. Oh. I'm gonna have a sore neck at the end of this. There's gonna be, I think I'm gonna have to do some yoga. Yoga with Andrew. The jocund travellers came on, and as they came, Scrooge knew and named everyone. Why, he was rejoiced beyond all bounds to see them. Why did his cold eyes glisten, and why did his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas, as they parted at crossroads and byways for several homes? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? Out upon Merry Christmas, what had ever been done to him? What good had it ever done to him? "The school is not quite deserted," said the ghost. "A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still." Scrooge said he knew it, and he sobbed. They left the high road by a well-remembered lane and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick, with a little weathercock-surmounted cupola on the roof and a bell hanging in it. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes, for the spacious offices were little used. Their walls were damp and mossy, their windows broken and their gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coaches and sheds were overrun with grass. Nor was it more retentive of his ancient state within. For entering the dreary hall and glancing through the open doors of many rooms, they found them poorly furnished, cold and fast. There was an earthy savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place which associated itself somehow to too much getting up by candlelight and not too much to eat. Night, Suresh. They went, the ghost and Scrooge, across the hall to a door at the back of the house. It opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room, made barer still by lines of plain forms and desks. At one of these, a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down upon a form and wept to see his poor forgotten self as he had used to be. Not a latent echo in the house, not a squeak and scuffle from the mice behind the panelling, not a drip from the half-thawed waterspout in the dull yard behind, not a sigh among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door, no, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with softening influence and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe in his belt, and leading by a bridle an ass laden with wood. "Why, it's Ali Baba," Scrooge explained in ecstasy. "It's dear old Ali Baba. Yes, I know. One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come, for the first time, just like that. Poor boy, and Valentine," said Scrooge, "and his wild brother, Orson, there they go. And what is his name? Oh, who was put down in his drawers asleep at the gate of Damascus? Don't you see him, and the Sultan's groom, turned upside down by the genie? There he is upon his head. Serve him right, I'm glad of it. What business has he to be married to the princess?" To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects, it was a most extraordinary voice between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city indeed. "There's the parrot," cried Scrooge. "Green body and yellow tail, with a thing like letters growing out of the top of his head. There he is. Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he came home again after sailing around the island. Poor Robin Crusoe, where have you been, Robin Crusoe?" The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was a parrot, you know. There he goes, Friday, running for his life to the little creek. "Halloa! Hoop! Hello!" Then, with the rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said in pity for his former self, "Poor boy," and cried again. "I wish," Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him, after drying his eyes with his cuff. "But it's too late now." "What is the matter?" asked the spirit. "Nothing," said Scrooge, "nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should have liked to have given him something, that's all." The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved his hand, saying it did so. As it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked. Fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how this was all brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you do. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so. That there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. 6 a.m. for Nuke, 12 p.m. for Megan. That's same as me. Future Man, tell me the winning lottery numbers. 4 a.m. for Drop Audio, 1 p.m. Alright enough, because 13 Floors is like... It's was it? It's coming up midnight your time. 13 Floors. Hey Basti, how you doing? Thanks for jumping in and joining. Oh. Might just bring that volume down a touch because I can hear it coming through there. I should hopefully be back. Yep, I can hear myself. Yes, the logical thing would be to get Reaper, but I'm not learning another DAW, so I'm sticking with Logic. Yep. I'm back. Thanks for that. I just a little thing came up on the thing saying that one of the audio units had failed. It's not Logic. It's the Howard Benson plugin that I've got on must be feeling like it's getting overused. So yeah, back but delay. Oh, I don't like that. Lay. Oh shit. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to Hello. Oh, that's better. Does that mean I don't need... Hey. Does that mean I don't need... Oh shit, you guys can hear me talking to myself. Is that coming through okay? Is there no delay now? Just wondering. And the next thing is we want to see if we're going to hear this. And also, is the sound coming through on that? That seems to be working. Yeah, sound seems to be coming through okay. Okay, perfect. No, that's good. And just bring that down a fraction. Oh, Suresh, I'm terrible. I forgot to thumb you. Well, that's true. I've not been. Yeah, no. Okay, that's a very good point, Nick. I have been talking to myself the whole time. I've been reading to myself the whole time. I don't know if it was just what happened before 2069. The police run in and arrest me. So I'm just gonna check and make sure that I'm just messaging my dad to find out where the painkillers are. And hopefully you should get that and reply to me. I might, I'm gonna, I want to move. Oh no, not that, no. Why can I not move the... For big's sake. You know what it is? If I hold that, I lock that. Somebody get this man some painkillers. There we go. I'm just going to move you down slightly so you can see the comments. I'll still be here, Megan. Yeah, let's put you there. Sorry, I'll make Scotty and that make the trip. I'll carry on reading. I'll find them. Because I 13 Floors. I'm at my mum and dad's house doing the filming for this. So this isn't my house. So my mum and dad are away for a couple of days, and I thought I'd take advantage of the house and the space so I could get everything set up. So I was wondering where they might have left the painkillers in the house. So I've messaged my dad to ask where they were. And I'm 42. But so that's hopefully that answers your question. Dad, where's the painkillers? I know they're somewhere. Well, I'm hoping they're somewhere. Dad, where's my fucking painkillers, man? I need them. I got a fucking headache. Yeah, right. Let's get back to Scrooge and his adventures. He only knew that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that he was alone again when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and with a mournful shaking of his head glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl much younger than the boy, came darting in, and putting her arms around his neck and often kissing him, addressed it as her dear, dear brother. I have come to bring you home, dear brother, said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh. To bring you home, home, home. Home, little Van, returned the boy. Yes, said the child, brimful of glee. Home for the good and all, home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be. That home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should. He sent me in a coach to bring you, and you're to be a man, said the child, opening her eyes. And are never to come back here. And he said, yes, you should, and he sent me in the coach to bring you, and you're to be a man, said the child, opening her eyes. And are never to come back here, but first we're to be all together all Christmas long, and you have the merriest time in the world. Why is my little girl voice starting to sound like Stewie from Family Guy? Oh, ruined. She clapped her hands and laughed. Oh. You're quite a woman, little Fan, exclaimed the boy. She clapped her hands and laughed and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing too loath to go, accompanying her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, Bring down Master Scrooge's box there. In the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on at Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking his hands with him. And then he conveyed him and his sister into the various old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the walls and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered instalments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time sending out a meagre servant to offer a glass of something to the postboy, who had answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and the hoarfrost snow from the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. Here's a little picture for you. Try and get that. Can you focus? If I hold it maybe there. Ah, there we go. Wee picture. Whip. Cool whip. All was a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, said the ghost, but she had a large heart. So she had, cried Scrooge. You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit, God forbid. She died a woman, said the ghost, and had, as I think, children. One child, Scrooge returned. True, said the ghost. Your nephew. Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind and answered briefly, yes. Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, all in the strife and tumult of a real city, where it was made plain enough by the dressings of the shop that here, too, was a Christmas time again, but it was evening and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it, said Scrooge. Was I apprenticed here? They went in, at the sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk. If he had been 2 inches taller, he might have knocked his head against the ceiling, and Scrooge cried with great excitement. Oh, if you wanted to do that, Scotty McBurn, I would appreciate that. Like some paracetamol and some butter. I wouldn't say no. Let me know in a message and I'll send you my mum and dad's address, so you can find it. But that would be awesome, and it'd be good to see you as well. Nice to see some people. So yeah, feel free, and that you don't have to appear on the stream. I won't make anybody do that they don't want to. But yeah, it would be good to see you. Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna go and get a little bit more water. Crotch shot. The chair behind me reclines, and I was like, when is the wine coming out? What time you get? To be honest, I'm probably not going to drink. I might have a glass of champagne or something at the end of the stream, but I'm thinking that I'm thinking that drinking and sleep deprivation is maybe not a good combination to do on a live stream. Might be hilarious for you guys, but so I'm probably going to just try and stick to water and coffee, and I've got some iron brew as well, so because I don't think alcohol and might be a good idea. So yeah, it's a blooming neck. I'm gonna have to stretch it out. It's this position, sitting like this, but yeah, if I could, I'll pop a few Vicodin. Well, that actually reminds me, I should take my, talking of mental health, I should really take my medication today. Right, where were we? I got lost for a second there. Third here, this is, there we go. Know it, I was apprenticed here. It's like, why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless his heart. It's Fezziwig alive again. Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organs of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, "Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick!" Yeah, Dick. Scrooge's former self, now a grown young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice. "Dick Wilkins, to be sure," said Scrooge to the ghost. "Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear." "Yo-ho, my boys," said Fezziwig. "No more work tonight. Christmas Eve. Dick, Christmas, Ebenezer, let's have the shutters up," cried old Fezziwig, with a sharp clap of his hands, "before a man can say Jack Robinson." You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with shutters 1, 2, 3, had them up in their places 4, 5, 6, barred them and pinned them 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have gone 12, panting like racehorses. "Hilly-ho!" cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility. "Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick! Chillip, Ebenezer!" Clear away. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away or couldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off as if dismissed from public life for evermore. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and as bright as a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. Oh, fantastic. Cheers. Cheers, Scotty. I appreciate that. Hey, Jules Bard. Hey-oh. How are you? Oh, something was... Oh, no, it's... I was like, something's going on. Can we still hear everything? That's all coming through. That's fine. I'm going to check randomly. Hopefully everything should be fine. And yeah. Mr. Fezziwig's voice is basically the same as Professor Slughorn's voice in Harry Potter. Harry, my dear boy, hello. In came a fiddler with a music book and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it. And tuned like 50 stomach aches, in came Mrs. Fezziwig. One vast substantial smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend the milkman. In came the boy from the other way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide himself behind the girl from the next door but one, who was proved to have her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after the other, some slyly, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came anyhow and every how. Anyway they all went. 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couples always turning up in the wrong place, new top couples starting off again as soon as they got there, all top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. Plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. Oh, Slugworth. Have you seen them in the room at the same time? But, scouring rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand new man resolved to beat him out of sight or perish. There were more dances, and there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was nidjus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out of the dance with Miss Fezziwig, top couple too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs and came upon his feet again without a stagger. When the clock struck 11, This domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their station, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the two apprentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During this whole time, the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self he corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude." "Small," echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Wait a minute. Why is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is it that so much that he deserves this praise?" "It isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark and speaking unconsciously, like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, spirit. He has had the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count them up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost. "Nothing particular," said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted. "No," said Scrooge. "No. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick." This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For time, Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of his life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye which showed the passion that had taken root, and there were shadows of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes were in tears which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "Topher Taylor! Bah, humbug! Bah, humbug indeed. How are you, my good friend?" "Topher Scrooger Taylor." "Oh, we've all got to go 180 when it hits that. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in a time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have given no just cause to grieve." "What idol has displaced you?" "A golden one." "This is the even-handed dealings of the world," he said. "There is nothing on which it is so hard as poverty, and there is nothing it professes to condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth." "You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All of your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I've seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master passion gain engrosses you, have I not? What then? He retorted. Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you. She shook her head. Am I? Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poorer and content to be so, until in good season we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man. I was a boy, he said impatiently. Your own feelings tell you that you were not what you are, she returned. I am. That which promised happiness when we were one heart is fraught with misery now, and that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this, I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and I can release you. Have I ever sought release? In words? No, never. In what then? In a changed nature, an altered spirit in another atmosphere of life, another hope as its great end, and everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, tell me, would you seek me out to try and win me now? Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of the supposition in spite of himself, but he said with a struggle, You think not? I would gladly think otherwise if I could, she answered. Heaven knows when I have learned truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can I even believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You who, in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain, or, choosing her, if for a moment you were false enough to your one guiding principle to do so. Do I not know that you represent and regret you would surely follow? I do, and I release you with a full heart for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but with her head turned from him, she resumed, You may, the memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this, a very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly, as an unprofitable dream from which it happened. Well, that you awoke, may you be happy in the life you had chosen. She left him, and they parted. Oh, that's her saying, fuck you. Ever done? Will I ever get some sleep? No. Well, unless I just fall asleep on the just if I just tend to fall asleep like that, like somebody's gonna have to wake me up. But and I mean, it'd be great if I was I'm gonna sleep for just watch me sleep like the Truman Show. We'll put night vision on that. So no, I'm hoping that my adrenaline and just general like talking to people and that will keep me going. The thing I'm more concerned about is losing my voice, but I should be okay. I'll just keep drinking water, and I might only read this once because it's a lot more complex than I thought. I thought it was going to be an easy read, and I was maybe thinking of the Muppet Christmas Carol version. Hey, look, we're on page 69. Hey, nice. Mr. Smith, he's here. So, yeah, this True Andrew show here. Bear with me 1 second. just sending messages. You are a bit spannery. That's a good word, that. Spannery. Oh, we need some more music. I'm going to go onto Suresh's channel because he's got some quite cool little chilled vibes in there. Right, sorry. Tap in, you heard, and with the most Scottish name ever, Scotty McBurn. Right. Oh no, I might get done. Right. Okay, we're not going to have background music for just now while I'm reading. We'll get it back up. In fact, no, wait a minute. God, make a decision, Andrew. Do, 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 do. And just checking something. That's annoying you can't loop YouTube videos. That would be most useful, being able to do that. If anybody knows how to just loop a YouTube video, let me know. Fun fact, if you don't sleep for one night and the next day you go to sleep as soon as you're super tired, it actually resets your biological clock so you can have a better sleep. That's it's in the setting on mobile. Oh well. That's fine. I can just restart and that. Yeah, I don't know. My mistake that I've made is that I've got an appointment with somebody. Like originally it was going to be on Tuesday, and I realised I'll be sleeping. But I've got a client meeting on Wednesday, which is a 3.5 hour drive away from where I am. So I'm hopefully just gonna kind of pass out and just sleep all day Tuesday and that. So that's the hope anyway. But right, where am I? I've lost myself. Spirit, said Scrooge, show me no more, conduct me home. Why do you delight in to torture me? One shadow more, exclaimed the ghost. No more, cried Scrooge, no more. I don't wish to see it. Show me no more. but the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place, a room not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that that Scrooge believed it was the same until he saw her, now in a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count, and unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, there were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much, and the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What I would not have given to be one of them, though I never could have been so rude. No, I wouldn't for the stealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off, God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport, as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown around it for a punishment, and never come straight again, and yet I should have dearly liked, I own, to have touched her lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes and never raised a blush, to let her have loose waves of hair, an inch of which would have been a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have the lightest licence of a child, and yet to have been a man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she, with laughing face and plundered dress, was borne towards the centre of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made to the defenceless porter, the scaling him with chairs for ladders, to dive into his pockets, to spoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hung him round the neck, pummel his back and kick his legs in an irrepressible affection, the shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received, the terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into its mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued upon a wooden platter, the immense relief of finding this a false alarm, the joy, the gratitude and ecstasy, they were all indescribably alike. It is enough that by degrees the children and their emotions got out of the parlour, and by one stair at a time up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the masters of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside, and when he thought that such another creature quite as graceful and full of promise might have called him father, he had been springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. Belle, said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile, I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon. Who was it? Guess. How can I? I don't know, she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. Mr. Scrooge. Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was now not shut up, he had a candle inside. I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear. There he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe. Spirit, said Scrooge in a broken voice, remove me from this place. I told you these were the shadows of things that have been, said the ghost, that they are what they are, and do not blame me. Remove me, Scrooge exclaimed. I cannot bear it. He turned up. The sound still coming through. Just. You want to order a Gongan blend from you? I'll pin the link. Yeah, I'll pin the link. He turned up. Remove me, Scrooge explained. I cannot bear it. He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which, in some strange way, there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer! In the struggle, if it can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on his own part, was undisturbed by any effort of his adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connected that with his influence over him. He seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit dropped beneath it, and so that the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light which streamed from under it, an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before it sank into a heavy sleep. And that's the end of Stave 2. It's made with real Gongang. That's it. Straight from the source. Right, I'll do that just now. Bear with me just a second. I'll just get some blended. Okay, here's the link to the Gongan coffee. And let me just bring this over. And I'll pin it. Can you pin two links? Oh no, I can't. Okay, so that's the link to the I am Traitor of Rezo. Yeah. I don't know. I've never tried to order abroad. You might be able to do it, but yeah, go and check it out. It's unfortunately I don't have any discount codes anymore. So order a small bag first and see if you like it. Oh, I've just got a message from the dad in our room. Right, okay. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna get some paracetamol. Let's just put on. Okay, I'm gonna put on a wee. I'm gonna turn this music up a touch. This will get rid of my neck pain. Got some good old Cocodamol. Can't find my coffee blend. What? Let's see if I can find out what's going on with that. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, 1 second. I didn't make it public. That'll be why. Bear with me. Okay, I'm going to try it again in just a second. I'm just going to send, it might be the same referral link, but try that one now, Mr. Smith. Hopefully that one should work. And we'll get that. I got some Cocodamol pharmacy strength, so my neck pain should be going soon. Ooh. I drank that a bit too fast and it went down the wrong way. Oh. Three hours down, 180. So yeah, that'll kick in. I don't think it's got. Hopefully, shouldn't make me drowsy. This book's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. But we will get it finished. I'll be fine. I think it's just probably my neck angle. Cool. I'm thinking to myself, I was like, oh, I've not got time to do everything. I was like, I've got fucking plenty of time to do everything. So, Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol, Stave 3, the second of the three spirits. Awakening in the middle of a... fucking words. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had on no occasion to be told that the bell... yeah, maybe do that. I'll see if once the Cocodamol kicks in, because it should be pretty fast acting. It's pharmacy strength, so that should sort that out in a minute. But yeah, we'll get that. Scrooge had on no occasion to be told that there was a bell again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right in the nick of time, for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger dispatched him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them everyone aside with his own hands, and laying down again established a sharp lookout all around the bed, for he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of his appearance, and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous. Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which opposite extremes, no doubt, there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as hardly as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of the blaze of ruddy light which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, and he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be sometimes apprehensive that he might be at the very moment an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, or as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done, and would be unquestionably have done it too. At least, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession in his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter, and he obeyed. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceilings Codeine is my friend. Codeine is good. It was his own room, there was no doubt about that, but he had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceilings were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe and ivy reflected the back of the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many, many winter seasons gone. Heaped on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese and game, poultry, bawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense 12th cakes and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it high up to shed its light on Scrooge as it came peeping around the door. "Come in!" exclaimed the ghost. "Come in and know me better, man!" Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in one simple green robe or mantle bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head wore no other covering than a holly wreath set here with the shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eyes, its open hand, and its cheery voice. Its unconstrained demeanour and its joyful air girdled round its middle an antique scabbard, borne sword as it was, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. "You have never seen the like of me before," exclaimed the spirit. "Hey, millennial animal, how are you doing?" UFC good. I seen the results this morning, but was it a good fight? Hope it was good. Is old Crappy McTwat in the chat? I didn't see him. Or yes, hey, old Crappy McTwat. It's a great name. It's fun, isn't it? Oh, it's good to see y'all. Oh. Figuratively. Never, Scrooge was made to answer it. Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years, pursued the phantom. I don't think I have, said Scrooge. I am afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit? More than 1,800, said the ghost. A tremendous family to provide for, muttered Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas present rose. Spirit, said Scrooge submissively, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson, which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe. Touch my robe. That can be creepy. Hey, millennial. Oh, it's cold. Hopefully this will warm you up. Scrooge did as he was told and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, pudding, fruit, and punch all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music, in the scraping of snow from the pavements in front of their dwellings and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it coming plumping down onto the road below and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground which lay deposit had it been ploughed up in deep furrows by heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times where the great streets branched off, and made intricate channels hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad, the clearest summer air and the brightest summer sun, that might have endeavoured to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shovelling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then exchanging facetious snowballs, better-natured missiles far than any a worded jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. They were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnut, shaped like waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors and tumbling out into the streets of their apoplectic opulence. Sorry, I just... So did he genuinely lose, or was it yeah, so did he lose? I only just saw a little bit, like, kind of the press conference saying that he did win, and the other guy saying that he got handed it, but yeah. Oh, thanks, Topher. I appreciate that. Yeah, if anybody wants to share the stream in any Discords that you're in and let people know, that'd be great. We've already reached our target, so thank you to everybody who has donated, and yeah, bloody hell. And yeah, so we've made that, and we're coming up on the 200th minute. So exciting stuff. Everybody who's new in the chat, if you'd like to hit the thumbs up as well, that would be fantastic. I've got my highest thumbs up me ever with 22. Very happy with that. But if there's new people here that have arrived and you want to do that, and it was close, but I think he lost, and that's yeah. I was gonna say he must have lost if our fellow Scouser saying that he lost. Where was I? Oh, ruddy brown face, apoplectic opulence. That's good. That's the name of the band now. It's like There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by. What description? And glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples, clusters high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes, made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks amongst the woods and pleasant shufflings ankle deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squab and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in a paper bag and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth amongst these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping around and round their little world in slow, passionless excitement. Now the grocers nearly closed, were perhaps 2 shutters down or 1, but through the gap such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made the merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the noise, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruit so caked and spotted with molten sugar to make the coldest lookers on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and it's in its Christmas dress, but the customers. Oh, thank you, Mr. Smith. I seen the wee thing. I seen the thank you. Thank you for your donation. You have been added to the list. But soon, where were they? Well, in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humour possible, while the grocer and his pupils were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for the Christmas dolls to peck at if they chose. The wee picture there. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces. And at the same time, there emerged from the scores of by-streets, lanes and nameless turnings, innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humour was restored directly, for they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day, and so it was, God love it, so it was. In the time the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was genial shadowing forth of all these dinners and all the progress of their cookings, in the thawed blotch wet of above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too. Is there a peculiar flavour in what you sprinkle from your torch? Asked Scrooge. There is, my own. Would it apply to any kind of dinner on this day? Asked Scrooge. To any kindly given, to a poor one most. Why to a poor one most? Asked Scrooge. Because it needs it most. Spirit, said Scrooge after a moment's thought, I wonder, you of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment. I, cried the spirit, you would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all, said Scrooge, wouldn't you? I, cried the spirit, you seek to close these places on the 7th day, said Scrooge, and it comes to the same thing. I seek, exclaimed the spirit. Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family, said Scrooge. There are some upon this earth of yours, returned the spirit, who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are strange to us, and all our kith and kin, as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves, not us. Scrooge promised that he would, and went on invisible as if they had been before into the suburbs of the town. It was a remarkable quality of the ghost, which Scrooge had observed at the baker's, that, notwithstanding his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself into any place with ease, and that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was a pleasure that the good spirit had in showing of his power of this, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all the poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks. For there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding him to his robe, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with a sprinkling of his torch. Think of that! Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then rose up Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons which are cheap, and made a goodly show for 6pence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honour of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, a boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and had known it for their own, and basking in the luxurious thoughts of sage and onion. These young Cratchits danced about the table, while exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes bubbling up knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. What has ever got of your precious father, then? Said Mrs. Cratchit, and your brother Tiny Tim and Martha? Weren't as late as last Christmas Day by half an hour. Here's Martha, mother, said the girl, appearing as she spoke. Here's Martha, mother, cried the 2 young Cratchits. Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha. Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late are you? Said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with officious zeal. We had a deal of work to finish up last night, replied the girl, and had to clear away the things this morning, mother. Well, never mind, so long as you are to come, said Mrs. Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm. Oh, bless ye. No, there's father coming, cried the young Cratchits. Everybody's very posh in this. But that's it. Everybody's very, very posh. Very posh. Posh. Oh, I think a bit cold that. I'm gonna have to crank the eating. Or put a jumper on. No, there's father coming, cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. Hide, Martha, hide! So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned upon and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. Why, where's our Martha? Cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. Not coming, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not coming, said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from the church, and had come home rampant. Not coming upon Christmas Day. Martha didn't like to see him disappointed. If it were only in a joke, So she came out prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the two young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the washhouse that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. "And how did little Tim behave?" asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. "As good as gold," said Bob, "and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and he thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see." Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was hard upon the door, and back came Tiny Tim, before another word spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool beside the fire, while Bob, turning his cuffs as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round, and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like that in house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set their chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before it was their turn came to be helped. At last, the dishes were set upon, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose around all the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There was never such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there was ever such a good goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, and Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all last. Yet everyone had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits, in particular, were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up, and to bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough. Suppose it should be break and turning out. Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it, while they were merry with the goose. A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hallo, a great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper and smelt like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastries cook next door to each other with laundress next to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly. With the pudding had like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half of a quartern of ignited brandy, quartered brandy of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck upon the top. Pudding. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since her marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that Now the weight was off her mind. She would confess she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought anything. Thought it was a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. Yes, my brain has got At last, the dinner was all done. 1 second. That is friends. Nat and Rob know that I'm doped up on Cocodamol. Mr. Smith, if you want to film it, that'd be really cool. So yeah, once we finish this, we'll get on with the songwriting. I'm going to keep it really simple. I'm going to just pretty much kind of keep it acoustic as much as possible, and that. But well, yeah, that would be really cool, because then we could kind of put a video together. And so yeah, if you're up for filming it, that would be fantastic. Hopefully when you send in me the stems or the thing, yeah, that would be awesome, Mr. Smith. But only if you want to. I'm not going to force anybody to do anything they don't want to do. Andrea. Hello, I'm Andrea. There's a lot of posh people in this book. But it's an easy accent to do. So it means I don't have to change anything. So at last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect. Apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one. And Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done. And Bob served it out with beaming looks, while chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us," which the family re-echoed. "God bless us, everyone," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side, upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand to his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live." "I see a vacant seat," replied the ghost, "in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die." "No, no," said Scrooge. "Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he will be spared." I'm actually crying. You got me, Charles. Oh. "If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race," returned the ghost, "will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population." Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome by petulance and grief. "Man," said the ghost, If man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is, will you decide what men shall live and what men shall die. If may that be, in the sight of heaven, you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child, O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing, on too much life, his hungry brothers in the dust. Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling, cast his eyes upon the ground, but he raised them speedily upon hearing his own name. Mr. Scrooge, said Bob, I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast. The founder of the feast, indeed, cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it. My dear, said Bob, the children, Christmas Day. It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, said she, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows better than you do. Poor fellow. My dear, was Bob's mild answer, Christmas Day. I think his health for yours, I'll drink his health for your sake in the days, said Mrs. Cratchit, not for his long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I'll have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings and had no heartiness in it. Tiny Tim drank last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. I'm just reading it, Doctor. I don't know what's going on. I'm glad you guys spanked my ass. Well, spank my ass and call me Susan. Yeah, I think that would probably be best. I mean, we can always re-record it if we like the song and we want to do it properly and that. But yeah, if we do just a stereo drum track, it'll maybe make life easier. And also, I'm kind of aware of like how much kind of plugins and stuff like that on the on the Logic and the Stream. I don't know whether or not it might. I keep looking at the TV instead of the camera. It might be a bit. It might overload the system and then fuck it all up. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear. But yeah, a stereo track would be fantastic. Knowing nothing. Sorry, 1 second. I've just realised it's just all mods. I should really make Enslaved Angel one, because everybody's a mod apart from Enslaved Angel. I kind of feel bad for him. So I'm going to make Enslaved Angel a mod as well. So now it's just all mods. Everybody's a mod. You're a mod, you're a mod, you're a mod. Everybody's a mod. The most mods in a chat ever. Who's moderating the moderators? You can't ban each other. I didn't know that. You can ban each other. Well, I don't think anybody's going to get banned. You tried. Did you try with Nuke? Has Nuke been bad? Somebody who doesn't know us all is going to come into the stream like, why is there so many mods? I can give the power, but I can take it away. On Christmas Day. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before. From the mere relief of Scrooge to the baleful being done with, Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, a full 5 and 6 weekly. The two young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favour when it came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at the milliner's, then told him what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also how she had seen a countess and lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter's, and at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you could have seen his head if it hadn't been there. If it had been there. You couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. Bum yodeling. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and round, and by the end they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of a high mark in this. There was nothing of high mark in this. There we go, I can read. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time, and when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch in parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the spirit went along the streets, the brightness and the roaring of the fires in kitchens, parlours, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. Here the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through before the fire and deep red curtains ready to be drawn shut out of cold and darkness. There all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and to be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blinds of guests assembling, and there were a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbour's house, where, woe upon the single man who saw them enter, artful witches well they knew in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company, and piling up its fires half chimney high, blessings on it how the ghost exulted, how it bared its breadth of breasts, and opened this capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with generous hand and its bright harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the spirit passed, though little kenned the lamplighter that he had any company but Christmas. Turkducken! Nuta Turkducken! It might go. It could be maybe on one of the harmonies, like a low harmony. You'll see when the song, like you're narrating the song, it may or may not fit. It's for the benefit of the song, but we'll see. And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about, as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed or would have done so, but for the frost that had held it prisoner, and nothing grew but moss and furze and coarse rank grass. Down in the west, the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of the darkest night. "What is this place? What is this place?" asked Scrooge. "A place where miners live, who labour in the bowels of the earth," returned the spirit. "But they know me, see." A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled around a glowing fire. An old man and woman, with their children and their children's children and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing to them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy. From time to time they all joined in the chorus, so surely that they raised their voices. The old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigour sank again. The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe, and passing on above the moor, sped whither, not to see, to Scrooge's horror, looking back. He saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed, the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, one might suppose, and seaweed of the water rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men who watched the light and had made a fire that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness in the awful sea, joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat. They wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog, and one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea, on until being far away. As he told Scrooge, from any shore they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had to watch dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. But every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with the homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had a kinder word for one another. On that day, on any other day in the year, had shared to some extent in his festivities, had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and he had known that they had delighted to remember him. Yeah. I love the fact that talking about turduckens. That's the best description. Oh. What makes someone go, I think I'm going to make a babshuka doll out of birds and cook it? I could acid in a lack of oven space. Love it. It was a great surprise. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness, over an unknown abyss whose depths were secret as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognise it as his own nephew's and find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha ha ha! If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in laugh than Scrooge's nephews, all I can say is I should have known him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things, that while there is infection and disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humour." When Scrooge's nephews laughed in this way, holding his sides and rolling his head and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions, Scrooge's niece, by marriage, laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily. "He said that Christmas was a humbug as I live," cried Scrooge's nephews. "He believed it too." "Oh, more shame for him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women, they never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking capital face, a ripe little mouth that seemed to be made to be kissed, as no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether, she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. That sounds really frickin' creepy. I felt a bit dirty reading that. It was back in the day when you could be Rat Pervo. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I'm sure he is very rich, Fred," hinted Scrooge's niece. "At least you always tell me so." "What of that, my dear?" said Scrooge's nephew. "His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking, that he's ever going to benefit us with it." "I have no patience with him," observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's niece's sisters and all the other ladies expressed the same opinion. "Oh, I have," said Scrooge's nephew. "I am sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner." "Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. "Everyone else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight." "Well, I'm very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't had any great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast. Who had no right to express an opinion on the subject, whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. "Do go on, Fred," said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. "He never finishes what he begins to say. He's such a ridiculous fellow." Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with an aromatic vinegar. His example was unanimously followed. "I was only going to say," said Scrooge's nephew, "that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find with his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not, for I pity him. He may rail at Christmases till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him, if he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, 'Uncle Scrooge, how are you?' If it only put him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday." It was their turn to laugh now, at the notion of this shaking Scrooge, but being thoroughly good-natured and not much caring what they laughed at. So that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment and passed the bottle joyously. What's it worse? If you read it too. I might just read your chat out and voices. "Fuck yeah. Won't try that then. It sounds foul. Just a little. Oh, 4 down, 26 to go. 4 hours down. Take socks off to count the big number. If you rearrange the numbers to 240, it's getting like that. Oh no, now Megan's become from Birmingham." Sorry, we're trying to just give everybody their accents. "Turns out Andrew has 6 ties on each foot. Man, should have opened for that." Flaming galah. See, in 10 seconds, you guys are going to find that hilarious. There's going to be lots of ha ha ha. Here we go. What's wrong with me ears? Right, where was I? Sorry. After tea, they had some music, for they were a musical family and knew that they were about when they sung a glee or catch. I can assure you, especially Topper, who would growl away at the bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played among other tunes a simple little air, a mere nothing you might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that Ghost had shown upon him in his mind, he softened more and more, and thought that he could have ever listened to it often years ago. He might have cultivated the kindness of life, of his own happiness in his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and they never had and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder of the child himself stopped. There was a first game at Blind and Buff, of course there was, and I no more believe that Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, that the ghost of Christmas present knew it, that the way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of a human nature, knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping up against the piano, smothering himself amongst the curtains wherever she went. There he went. There went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else. If you had fallen against him, as some of them did on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would have instantly sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She had often cried out that it wasn't fair, And it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when, in spite of all her silken rustlings and rapid flutterings past him, he got her in a corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most oh God. Gonna have to figure out how to say that. Execrable. Just gonna find out how you say this word. So bear with me while we find out.
Execrable.
Sorry, you're gonna hear that. I need to hear how you say it.
Execrable.
Execrable. There's a word for you. Extremely bad or unpleasant. Lovely. There you go. Extremely bad or unpleasant. Execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger, and a certain chain around her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains. This isn't there. Hey Valerie, how you doing? Hope you are well. Good to see you. It is educational. And yeah, New Word Sunday. Execrable. Sorry, 1 second. It's like most of my songs. Yeah, I can move the Countdown of Doom. I could make it a wee bit smaller and put it... Do you want it there? Is that better? The Count Up of Doom. Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's buff party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, the game of how, when, and where she was very great, and, to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting, in the interest that he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed right too, for the sharpest needle Bess Whitechapel warranted not to cut in the eye was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be. The ghost was pleasantly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guest departed. With this, the spirit said could not be done. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "1.5 hour, Spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what he, only answering the questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal rather than a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody, and didn't live in the menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressively tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last, the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I found it out! I know what it is, Fred, I know what it is!" "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was universal sentiment. That some objected that the reply is it a bear, ought to have been a yes, in so much as an answer as a negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way. "He has been given us plenty of merriment, I am sure," said Fred, "and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here, I say, a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge!" "Well, Uncle Scrooge," they cried, "a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is," said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge." Nice one. Now I can rest my eyes fully on your beautiful countessance. Thirteen Flaws, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. See you all in a few hours. Where's my thing? No, thanks very much. Thanks for tuning in and watching and sitting through. Get a good night's sleep, and I'll see you on the flippy flop. And I'll be, yes, probably still reading this fucking book. Jesus, it's really thin. Uncle Scrooge had imperissibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company and returned, and thanked them all in an inaudible speech if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in a breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Sorry, I'm just going to turn the YouTube down. It seems a wee bit loud. Oh shit, I just realised them. Right, I'm going to stop that because I just realised I was just playing ambient music, but it wasn't Sarush's. Scotty, no, just bring yourselves, and it'll be good to see you. Give you guys a cuddle and that. Don't forget to eat, Andrew. Oh no, don't worry. I've got plenty of food. I'm kind of determined to get this bloody book finished. So I hope you don't mind not having background music at the moment. I'll sort that out. But I just realised it was just going through YouTube, and I don't want to end up getting it taken down because I'm playing some fucking binaural beats. So here we go. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful on foreign lands, and they were close at home by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope, by poverty, and it was rich, in almshouse, hospital, and gaol, in misery's every refuge, where vain man and his little brief authority had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out. He left his blessings and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night. But Scrooge had his doubts of this, because Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it until they left the children's 12th night party, when, looking at the spirit, they stood together in an open place. He noticed that his hair was grey. "Are all spirits' lives so short?" asked Scrooge. "My life upon this globe is very brief," replied the ghost. "It ends tonight." "Tonight!" cried Scrooge. "Tonight at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near." The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment. "Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask," said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe, "but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is that a foot or a claw?" "It might be a claw for the flesh there upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of his robe it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at his feet and clung upon outside of his garment. "Oh man, look here. Look down here," exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and a girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and touched them with its freshest tint, a stale and shriveled hand like that of age had pinched and twisted them, and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked, and glare out menacing. No change, no degradation, no perversion of humanity in any grade. Through all the mysteries of wonderful creations, had monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say that they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, rather than to be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude. "Spirit, are they yours?" Scrooge could say no more. "They are man's," said the spirit, looking down upon them, "and they cling to me, appealing for their fathers. This boy is ignorance, this girl is want. Beware of them both, and all their decree. But most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written is doom. Unless the writing be erased, deny it," cried the spirit, stretching out his hand towards the city. "Slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and bide the end." "Have they no refuge or resource?" said Scrooge. "Are there no prisons?" said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words. "Are there no workhouses?" The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for a ghost and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley. Lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Ooh. Yes, tips and tricks. We're going to just take a little 5 minutes. Do a wee stance, wee stretch. This is how my flexibility is. See if it gets better tonight. Oh, fucking hell. shot. Got a shot. Timeout over. Who got put in a timeout? I'm going to have some sugar. I've got sweeties and iron brew. I will eat properly soon, but yeah, it is like it's just the descriptions in it. I mean, we're on the final chapter, so we're getting there. Stretch out those hammies, yep. This stream is not sponsored by Harry. Oh, who just donated? Oh no! Thank you who donated. So we're gonna have to move this thing to here because I didn't quite see who the donation was. Thank you who donated. Really appreciate that. In fact, let's have a little look. Sweeties. I should mute the mic while I'm munching on sweeties. Yeah, if people want to grab a coffee or that, I'm just gonna have a look at the dashboard and thank people again. Oh wow! £275. So, Valerie, thank you so much. Mr. Smith, Graham and Denise, that's my mum and dad. Susan and Peter. Neo Ace, thank you so much. Nick Utah, Shirley, Anonymous, I know who he is. Eric, thank you all so much for your donations. We've smashed the target. I don't know if I can. Yeah, so we've smashed the target. So thank you so much. Shit, thanks for reminding me. So, everybody who's donated is going into a prize draw. Mr. Smith has really, really kindly donated a set of in-ear monitors. So, so basically what I'm going to do is once the stream's all over and everything for that, I am going to do a live prize draw next Friday. I'm going to do it at 7 o'clock because last time, oh, it's Charles Wagner. Hey, brother, how you doing? So, Valerie streams at 8 o'clock on a Friday, 8 p.m. UK time, whatever that time is for you. Figure it out yourself. So, she streams then, so go and check out her channel because she sings lovely little songs and she's going to be performing later on tonight. Obviously, Trey streams from 9 o'clock. So I thought I'll jump on it about 7 o'clock next Friday the 15th and we'll do the prize draw with all the names to select the winners. Everybody who donates and everything like that as well is going to get a copy of my guitar course that I did a while ago, a couple of years ago. It's Gigantor's Gig Ready Challenge. So it's a 6-week challenge to learn a song and perform it and stuff like that. It's aimed at beginner guitarists. So, but I'll send you the link, which has got all the videos and everything like that. So you can give that to anybody who wants it. Maybe somebody who's learning the guitar or something like that. It goes through basic chords and things like that. It's like a little guitar course. So everybody's going to get that. And I'm going to speak to a couple of other people and see if I can get some other little gifts. And that, the other thing that I'll do is somebody will also win a bag of coffee, and I'll pay for shipping for that if it goes to America. So a bag of the Gong Gang coffee, and yeah, and obviously we'll get the song written and stuff. I'm just eating sweeties. Charles is a mod as well. Everybody's a mod. Should I take some mods off so there's a bit of a hierarchy? I just make one mod and then you can all bow to that one. So prize draws. We're going to be. We've got one chapter to go. Yeah, I'm gonna unmod Nuke for 5 minutes just to see if Megan actually bans him. Remove moderator. Oh, will I do it? Will I do it? Oh. Nuke Utah is no longer a moderator for your channel. Go for it. Go for it, Megan. Ban him. I'm going to make him a moderator again. I feel bad for doing that. He's good. I don't want to. You're back to being a moderator now, Nick. I'll never forget that you were my first as well, Mr. Smith. So for the Americans out there, this is Iron Brew. Now, it's not proper Iron Brew, because proper Iron Brew should come in a glass bottle. So Iron Brew is very nice. It's not like, it's got one of those flavors that it's impossible to describe. It's very nice. I mean, it's I mean, a lot of people say it's like, I've heard some Americans sort of say it's like cream soda kind of taste. I've never got cream soda taste from it. But yeah, proper Iron Brew should be coming from a glass bottle. And I've not had Iron Brew for a while, actually, I thought. Yeah. I'm sure, like, I'm really hoping that Xander comes in on the chat. So we can just play loads of acoustic songs just to wind them up. Yeah, it's it used to be nicer. I mean, that's the first time I've had like proper like full sugar Iron Brew in a while. But yeah, that would make the stream interesting. It would also make my cancellation very quick. Although I'm not really a fan of Buckfast. I've only had it once, and it's not very nice. I'm gonna. Just got fucking hammered by fucking millennial animal. Who the fuck do you think you fucking are? Sorry for the bad language. If there's any children watching this, but I don't think it is. I need to get when I get you on, Sean. I need to get you to do the Scousers alphabet, like the Harry Enfield sketch. A sounds like A, and it's for all right. B sounds like B, and it's for bad. C sounds like and it's for calm down, calm down. T sounds like T and it's for you do, don't you don't. Right, I'm gonna final chapter. Fucking hell, I've gone mad already. It's only 4.5 hours. Oh god, I've still got 20 something hours to go. Shit. Yeah. Sugars hit me. You do, don't you don't. What is it? M sounds like meh. It's for Mersey, as in ferry, cross the Mersey. Yo. Right, stop it. 3. Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol, Stave 4, The Last of the Spirits. Look at the fucking camera. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which the spirit moved seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible, save one outstretched hand. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night, and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. "I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come," said Scrooge. The spirit answered not, but pointed onward with his hand. "You are about to show me the shadows of things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us," Scrooge pursued. "Is that so, spirit?" The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer it received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition and giving him time to recover, but Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, through his though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black. Oh, Making Waffles got Making Waffles got booted. Come back, Making Waffles. I know your secrets. Although useful, wait a minute, 2 more. Yeah. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with vague, uncertain horror to know that behind the dusky shroud, that's probably why it's taking 4 hours, because I'm reading the same things. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. Oh, I've just read it again. "Ghost of future," he exclaimed. "I fear you more than any other spectre I have seen. But I know your purpose is to do me good, and I hope to live to be another man from what I was. I am prepared to bear your company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?" It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. "Lead on," said Scrooge. "Lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me. I know. Lead on, spirit." The phantom moved away, and had come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up around them. and encompassed them of its own act. But there they were in the heart of it, on change amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down and chinked the money in their pockets and conversed in groups and looked at their watches and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen, observing that the hand was pointing to them, and Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. "No," said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. "I don't know much about it either. I only know he's dead." "When did he die?" inquired another. "Last night, I believe." "Why, what was the matter with him?" asked a third, taking a vast quantity of snuff out of a very large snuff-box. "I thought he'd never die." "God knows," said the first with a yawn. "What has he done with his money?" asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey-cock. "I haven't heard," said the man with the large chin, yawning again. "Left it to his company, perhaps. Hasn't left it to me, that's all I know." This pleasantry was received with a general laugh. It's likely to be the very cheap funeral," said the same speaker. "For upon life I don't know of anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer." "I don't mind going if it's lunch is provided," observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose. "But if I must be fed, I'll make one." Another laugh. "Well, I am the most disinterested among you after all," said the first speaker, "for I never wear black gloves and will never eat lunch, but I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye." Speakers and listeners strolled away and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the man and looked towards the spirit for explanation. The phantom glided on into the street. His finger pointed to two persons meeting. Scrooge listened again, thinking that the explanation might lie there. He knew these men also perfectly. They were the men of business, very wealthy and of great importance. He had made a point of always standing well in their esteem in a business point of view, that is, strictly in a business point of view. "How are you?" said one. "How are you?" returned the other. "Well," said the first, "old Scratch has got his own at last, hey?" "So I'm told," returned the second. "Cold, isn't it? Seasonable for Christmas time. You're not a skater, I suppose?" No, something else to think of. Good morning." Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation, and their parting. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversation apparently so trivial. But feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have had any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was the past, and this ghost province was of the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them. But nothing doubting that, to whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement. He resolved to treasure up every word he heard and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared. For it had been an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him a clue he missed, and he would render the solution of these riddles easily. I should make you a mod as well, Joe. Oh, I burped there, sorry. Pardon me. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of him amongst the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hope he saw his newborn resolutions carried out in this. Quiet and dark beside him stood the phantom, with its outstretched hand when he roused himself from his thoughtful quest. He fancied, from the turn of the hand and its situation in reference to himself, that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel very cold. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town where Scrooge had never penetrated before. Although he recognised his situation and its bad repute, the ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people half-naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly, alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt, and life upon the straggling streets in the quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed, beetling shop, below a penthouse roof where iron old rags, bottles, bones and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor were piled up heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinise were bred and hidden in the mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat and sepulchres of bones. Sitting in amongst the ware he dealt, by a charcoal stove made of old bricks, was a grey-haired rascal, nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of a calm retirement. But the right hour to make Andrew start. Yep. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop, but she had scarcely entered, when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into laugh. Stop pressing that right button. Let the charwoman alone be the first, cried she who had entered first. Let the laundress alone be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance if we haven't all three met here without meaning it. You couldn't have met in a better place, said old Joe. Everybody's going to be cockney, removing his pipe from his mouth. Coming into the parlour, you were made free of it long ago, you know, and the other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. Ah, how it shrieks. There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in this place as the old hinges, I believe, and I'm sure there's no old bones here as mine. Well, we're suitable to our calling. We're well matched. Come into the parlour. Come into the parlour. The parlour was a space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together on an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoking lamp, for it was night, the stem of his pipe he put to his mouth again. While he did this, the woman, who had already spoken, threw her bundle on the floor and sat down in a flaunting manner on the stool, crossing her elbows on her knees and looking with a bold defiance to the other two. What odds, then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber? Said the woman. Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did. That's true indeed, said the laundress. No man more so. Why then, don't stand staring as if you were afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose. No, indeed, said Mrs. Dilber and the man together. We should hope not. Very well, then, cried the woman. That's enough. Who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose. No, indeed, said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. If he wanted to keep after me dead, a wicked old screw, pursued the woman, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying, gasping out there, alone by himself. It's the truest word that ever was spoken, said Mrs. Dilber. It's a judgment on him. I wish it was a little heavier judgment, replied the woman, as it should have been. You may depend upon it, if I could lay my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I am not afraid to be the first, afraid for them to see it. We knew pretty well we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe. But the gallantry of her friend would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severely severely examined and praised by old. Is that better? Is that coming back through? Hey, yep, that's about. So in about, yep, there we go, we're back. I noticed that the little thing had a brain fart. Enslaved Angels, just like, this fucking book will never end. It's gonna take us 30 hours to read this fucker. So, no, I'm not reading all day. I thought A Christmas Carol, because the book isn't. Oh, I've lost myself. Find my face. Find my face. Come on. Now the camera's shut the bed. Give me a second. Fuck you, camera. Hey, there we go. I'm back. Hey, guy without glasses. Welcome to the longest reading of a classic book. So yeah, we're nearly finished the book. Hopefully we'll finish it by 300 minutes. So let's burp and get cracking. I want to But the gallantry of her friend would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severely examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums up he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found that there was nothing more to come. I sure can't, said Joe, and I wouldn't give it another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next? Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons and a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and I think the way I ruin myself, said old Joe. That's your account. If you've asked me for another penny, I've made it an open question. I repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown. And now to undo my bundle of new. Why is she going like that? Oh, bloody hell. She's from Newcastle now. And now to open my bundle, Joe, said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for greater convenience of opening it, and, having unfastened a many great knots, dragged out a large, heavy roll of some dark stuff. What do you call this? Said Joe. Bed curtains? Ah, returned the woman, laughing. Ah, returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. Bed curtains? You don't mean to say. You took him down, rings and all, with him lying there? Said Joe. Yes, I do, replied the woman. Why not? You were born to make a fortune, said Joe, and you'll certainly do it. I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything in by reaching it out for the sake of such a man as he was. I promise you, Joe, returned the woman coolly, don't drop that oil on the blankets now. His blankets? Asked Joe. Who else do you think? Replied the woman. He isn't likely to take cold without him, I dare say. I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh? Said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. Don't you be afraid of that, returned the woman. I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about for him for such things if he did. Ah, you may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one too. I'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me. What do you call wasting of it? Asked old Joe. Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure, replied the woman with a laugh. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look any uglier than he did in that one. Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror, as he sat gripped around their spoil in the scanty light afforded by the old man's lamp. He viewed them with a detestation and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marking the corpse itself. Ha! Laughed the same woman when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, told out their several gains upon the ground. This is the end of it, you see. He's frightened everyone away from him when he was alive to profit us when he was dead. Spirit! Cried Scrooge, shuddering from head to feet. I see, the case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this? He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed. And now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay something covered up which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced around it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the bed. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it, but he had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. No cold, cold, rigid, dreadful death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast thy command, for this is my dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honoured head thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purposes, or make one feature odious. It is not the hand that is heavy, and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but the hand was open, generous and true, the heart brave, warm and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from the wound to sow the world with a life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard dealings, griping cares. They have brought him to a rich end, truly. He lay in the dark, empty house, with not a man, a woman, or a child to say he was kind to me in this or that. And for the memory of one kind word, I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone. What they wanted in this room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge did not dare to think. "Spirit," he said, "this is a fearful place. I am leaving it. I shall not live its lesson. Trust me, let's go." Still the ghost pointed with an unmoved figure to the head. "I understand you," Scrooge returned, "and I would not do it if I could. But I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power." And again it seemed to look upon him. "If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death," said Scrooge, quite agonized, "show that person to me, Spirit. I beseech you." The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment like wings, and withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, stared at every sound, looked out from the window and glanced at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle. She could hardly bear the voices of her children in their play. At the length of the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what the news, which was not long after the long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer. "Is it good," she said, or bad to help him?" "Bad." "We are quite ruined?" "No, there is hope yet, Caroline." "But if he relents," she said, amazed, "there is nothing in past hope. If such a miracle has happened." "He is past relenting," said her husband. "He is dead." She was a mild and patient creature. If her face spoke truth, but she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment, and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. "What the half-drunk woman whom I told you of last night said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then. To whom will our debt be transferred? I don't know, but before that time we will be ready with the money, and even though we were not, it would be